All right, everybody, I'm just doing a sound check right now. Let me know that you can hear me. Are you sure you can't hear me? I'm going to wait to hear. Oh, you can now. Oh, you guys are screwing with my minds here. Okay. All right, I got the message. We're good now. So I was saying, when you see tree trunks holding up a structure, you know that site is old. I'm happy you all can hear me now. So the Cline House in Cornwall, Ontario. I did a lot of digging into this place, just to see, because they report activity here, and the main thing, they smell tobacco, cigar pipe tobacco in certain areas of the house, and it just disappears. Maybe it's something, a smell in the wall that comes out once in a while, because I'm sure that Samuel Cline smoked a lot of tobacco, and maybe his gentleman friends as well, but maybe it is something supernatural. So hopefully we can get a whiff of that tonight. So we're going to go through some of the history here, kind of a refresher for myself also for when we ask questions. A lot of digging. I was happy with what I was able to uncover. So there were deaths here. There were 6 deaths here. I could find the death certificates, and we will go through them. This is not going to be a jail or sanatorium asylum type of haunting. This is a family household, a notable family in Cornwall. And people died here of genetic causes, heart attacks, aneurysms, stuff like that. So we're going to go through that. So we'll go through first, what do they experience here? So the cigar smell in 2 particular areas is experienced regularly. Footsteps and doors opening and closing, they're heard when no one is around. So a new thing, and I kind of tested this out today with the staff here, that the microwave shorts every time it's opened, and it didn't do it for me, but it did do it for her, and I found that kind of interesting. The phone disconnected when they were talking about this investigation. Are the ghosts listening in and messing with the phones? We'll see if we have any internet issues tonight, but the internet's really strong here, so I think we'll be okay for the live feed. The tenants upstairs also hear footsteps very often, and their cat is usually freaking out. And they also smell the smoke. When this was a library, they experienced similar things, the footsteps and the cigar smokes. Recently, the witch thing was pretty interesting, the tea leaf reading, that they got the initials of the previous owners and kind of a visual of who could be Margaret Cline at the fireplace with a cup. So those are the things that go on here. So this house has never been investigated before. So if there are spirits here, they've never really been confronted to communicate, let's say. So it'll be interesting to see if anything does happen, or maybe nothing will happen. We'll just have to find out. So the Cline House originally looked like this. This is the original Cline House. It's funny to see it with nothing around it, because now it's just, houses and structures everywhere. So here's an image of the interior of the Cline House. So that staircase is no longer here. It's all been taken down and opened up for what you saw in the previous video. So who are the Clines? Now, the Clines are a loyalist family. They came here after the American Revolution. And I kind of like the history here, because it connects to the Sir John Johnson Manor House. So here is an image of Johnstown in New York State, and William Johnson is awarding medals here. And this is the town where the Clines come from. They come from this town. And here's a pretty nice graphic of the loyalists along the St. Lawrence River. So this was around the 1780s. They would have migrated here. So if you're not familiar with the American Revolution or who the loyalists are, these were people who were loyal to the crown. And after the Americans won their independence, those loyal to the crown left the United States. And many of them came here along the St. Lawrence. So from here all the way up to like Belleville, Toronto, were all settled by loyalists. So Michael Cline was the Cline that came, and you can't see that well, but I just like putting all these images up here because it kind of keeps me in a line in the story that I'm trying to tell. So he settled here, and he was given land by Sir John Johnson here in Cornwall. He was a gunsmith, and I found an interesting mention of Michael Cline, and this would be the grandfather of Samuel Cline, who built this house, and we'll get to that. It's mentioned here that he took part in assisting the rebels, and he said he was forced into it, and he was still loyal to the crown. So I thought that was really interesting piece from the Cline family. If you guys have any questions, feel free to just pop them in, and I'll hop over. So Michael Cline settled here, and his son, John Cline Sr., was also a loyalist who also fought in the American Revolution. And he married Elizabeth Lang. And they had 6 children in 18 years. He died in 1855. Now I'm curious, and I tried to find out if John, who is Samuel's father, lived here, because this house was built in 1854, and in old age usually you would move in with one of your children. So I couldn't find anything to confirm this, because the census was in 1851 and the next census was in 1861. So 1851 to 1861, I don't know who was living in the household in between those periods, but it could possibly be that he was here when he passed away. Can't prove it though. And here we just have the confirmation of death. It's on both, Kyle. Yeah, I thought so. It's on both. It's not for me. It's for Jose? Yeah, on both. So Samuel Cline was John Cline Sr.'s son. And here's the only image I could find of this man, Samuel Cline. So he is the pipe smoker, cigar smoker spirit that is thought to be here. He did die here. So he died on July 7th, 1908. So he lived about 50 years here. So we have to look at Sam's life if he is the apparent spirit that is here. Who was he? What did he do? He lived to be 93. God, that's crazy for that time. So Samuel Cline was in the military, but he was in the reserves, so he didn't see any type of action or anything like that. We have his marriage record here to Margaret. Impossible to read. The really hard part about doing this type of research is the handwriting on some of these records, which is just crazy. Really hard to read. And this is not that bad. I've seen a lot worse than that. But a clear picture of the marriage is just right there. So I'm happy that when you look this stuff up, they kind of write it out for you. So Samuel had his hands in a lot of businesses. He was a merchant. That's what's listed on the census. So I have a little few adverts here where you see his name in the classifieds. It's just highlighted there. It's cool when you go down and find all this stuff. So there's a very interesting bit that Emily shared with me on an article that she had. went to the Cornwall Grammar School, and I was able to find an image of this. So this is the grammar school here in Cornwall. So that's what it looked like in his time. So I find the disciplinary stuff here very interesting. When I first read this, dispensed to the boys and beaten in with a birch and polished off with a tawse. So I had to look this up. I had to see, how children were punished. And this is an image of a birch. So I guess you'd be whipped with this if you misbehaved. And a tawse is very much like the strap that we see at the jails, just a little bit smaller. And I guess they strap your hand with it. But it's interesting because in his wording in the article, it's like he was okay with it. And this is why children did so well at that school, was because of the discipline that they received. So Samuel Cline in the community, he was made Justice of the Peace. At one time, he was a member of the town council. He held commission as mayor in the company of infantry under Colonel Judge Jarvis. This must have been the reserve stuff. He was an odd fellow. So there's no lodge here for the odd fellows at this time. But I think the closest one to us is Kingston right now. And he was Presbyterian. And the church, St. John's, is literally just up the street. When we went over to get some pizza, we walked right by it. And here's an image of the church. If you're from Cornwall, you might recognize it. I think it's beautiful. It's a really nice church. And who are the Oddfellows? Seems like just really positive, pro-social, organization to be part of, just to help people. So we'll have to look at the family tree now. So Sam and Elizabeth had many children. You have 10 of them here. 2 of them did not live beyond the first year. Many of them were born here. I think only 2 or 3 of them were born before they moved here. So I think I have a little written up thing about the children here now. It was really hard to piece together all of these children and who they are and then who they married. So it wasn't that bad. I actually enjoyed looking it up. So we'll start from the bottom. So Robert Samuel Cline, he died in 1854. He was an accountant. And that's the other Robert. Yeah, okay. So this I noticed a lot in families. I'll bring this up. So I noticed, looking at the other Cline family trees as well, because Michael Cline had a lot of siblings, and there's a lot of confusion around photographs and who they were. So I was looking at the other Cline family trees, so the cousins to this Cline family. And I can quickly show you that photograph. So these would be cousins to this Cline family. So the old gentleman you see there would have been John Jr. Cline's brother. And this would have been John Jr. Cline's sister. So originally I thought that this could have been the Cline family at the Cline House, but it wasn't. It was a branch of the family. Oh, I see some comments. I'll go in. Beautiful church, buried on site. Nice. Okay. No, there's nobody here who's buried on the site. Close by at the Woodlawn Cemetery, they're all buried over there. So back to the children. So Robert Samuel Cline, and this is what I noticed, is that when you had an infant death, when they died early on, if they had another son, they would give that son the same name and not a different name. So that's why you see another, Robert Samuel Cline. So Samuel Robert Cline died in 1854. So that could have been an infant death that occurred here on the property. Not 100% sure because I can't find death certificates from the 1850s. The oldest death certificates I can find is like 1870s, 1880s. So I don't have a death certificate for Robert Samuel Cline the first, but because of the year that he died, it's quite possible they were residing here. Mary Cline was before this house, was 1852, I believe. Charles Herbert Cline was quite a notable lawyer here and police magistrate. He died at his residence on 2nd Street. So that son did not die here. Is it possible his spirit's here? Maybe. I have an image of his house. I actually was able, on his death certificate, to find his residence. And he didn't live too far. He just lived right down the street. Where are we? Sorry, there's so many documents here, guys. So this was Charles' home here on 2nd Street. So just down the street. It's a nice 19-room house, as it's stated on the census. So not too far from here. And he did die at that house. He did not pass away here, so we won't be attempting to communicate with him tonight. So Robert Samuel Cline, he never married. He was an accountant with the solicitor's office, and he resided in this house all of his life, and he did pass away in this home. And I did find his death certificate, so we can find it. You'll have to bear with me as I scroll up. And it's still daylight out. We're just doing this, so it gives us a refresher. And if you guys are interested, if you're not interested in the history, you can always come back in about 45 minutes or an hour, and we'll probably start investigating at that point. But it's always good to know the history and who passed away here. So this is Robert's death certificate. And he did pass away here of coronary disease or a heart attack. So I don't know if you guys can see that well on your screen. Like I said, it's not the best handwriting, but if you zoom really far in there, you can get all the details. So he definitely passed away here. This address is listed as his place of death. So Robert is definitely someone we'll try to communicate with tonight. I'm curious why he never married. It was just kind of unusual for the time. That's what you did. You married, you had children. He was a successful man. He was an accountant for all of his life. I couldn't find any notes on when he retired. But I believe, I think even in his last census, he was in his late 60s, and he was still listed as an accountant and working. Ida Cline, similar situation. She never married. And it's interesting because in 1921 on the census, in 1911, Robert was the head of the household here. And this is far after, Samuel's passing. But in 1921, for some reason, Ida Cline was the head of household on the census, and Robert was still living there. So I don't know if she purchased the property from Robert. It's really hard to figure that out. But Ida was head of household in 1921. And she was the last Cline child to live here. And she passed away in 1841. And Emily shared a photograph with me, which I hope I have here, of Ida in a garden. So here we go. So Ida is the woman second to the left in her older age. And I don't know who the other women are, but it's possibly they're members of the McLennan family and the Hamilton family. They were very tight. So that's an image of Ida that we have here. And I also have a picture of Charles. Remember, he's the one that didn't die here at the house. And this is Charles. So Ida, Robert, two people who passed away here. Ida died, I believe, of a brain aneurysm. And I'll try to find her death certificate here. So here we go. Can we see the cause of death on here? Yeah, cerebral hemorrhage. So I noticed that on the death certificates of the family, it was always a hemorrhage or a heart attack. And Dr. Hamilton is always the doctor signing off on these for this family. And he is a member of the family. And we'll get to that as we keep going through the children. So Ida and Robert passed away here in the house. So Lena Matisse, husband Ernest Matisse of Montreal. So she moved back to the house and she did pass away here in the house. Now, what's interesting is that Ernest was still alive when she moved back here, but he wasn't listed on the census as living here. So I don't know if he was living remotely working or they had a separation, but he was not living here while she was living here, and she did pass away here at the house. And like I said, like there's no trauma here. There's been no murders or anything like that, or people taking their life. This is simply, a well-known family who lived and died here, and in most cases were born and died here. And I think that brings a lot of energy to locations. That this is sincerely a Cline family home. So let me find Lena's death certificate here. So here we go. Let me look in and see if I can find the cause. So she had a heart attack. It looks like coronary. It's hard to make out the second word. Yeah, but then when you see the place of death, it gives the address here. Back in those times, most people passed away at home, and the doctor would come here or to the house to offer care. So I don't know what went on between her and Ernest, why she ended up back here, because Ernest was still alive. And I tried to track him down and tried to see if I could find any type of information that might hint to what happened between them. And if Lena is here, then maybe that's some questions we can ask her tonight, or attempt to ask her. So here we go. So Ernest passed away decades after her. So, and here it actually says that she has another spouse at the time, Marl and Germaine, but he could have remarried afterwards. We don't know, but I'm curious what happened in their relationship. Maybe he was just traveling. Back to the children. Oh, I'll do a little comment check here. Cline House commented 1948 on death certificate. I mean, I would go by the death certificate. That's what I would go by. Emily, do you know where you got the 1941 date from? We can go back to that death certificate to check it out. Take a closer look. Let's go. Let's go to Ida's death certificate. Where is she? Okay. Put my eyes very close to this so I can see. Where's the date? She was 80 years old. She was born 1868. She was Dutch. It's funny how they say Dutch because Michael came from Germany, but I guess it's the same thing, really. Okay, so 1948. She died on, looks like January 19th. Yeah, 1948. And 48 at the top. Yeah. I definitely would go by the death certificate for the date. Oh, I had 1841 on the present. Yeah, so those are old notes that I found before I found the death certificate, and I probably forgot to go back and change it. Those notes I'm showing are kind of just my quickly jotted things as I'm going through everything. So that's my mistake. And like all people researching updates, I mean, like dates change, names change, everything changes when you go from document to document. It's quite a headache, but it's fun once you've finally done all the research. Oh, I better get that comment down. Okay, so we've gone through Lena. So next we have Helen Cline. So husband was Dr. B. Hamilton, and I've seen Dr. C.J. Hamilton as well. So I don't know if that was Dr. B. Hamilton's father, but the Hamiltons were the doctors for the family, and it's always either B. Hamilton or C.J. Hamilton signing off on the death certificates. And Helen Cline married into this family. So the Hamiltons and Helen, they did not live here, but they did live in Cornwall. And I was able to track down their house because it was listed as the place of death. And this is where the Hamilton family lived. So if anyone from Cornwall recognizes the house, but they're all pretty close to here, very, very close. These families, the McLennan, the Hamiltons, and the Clines were all very close, and their children, all married each other. So Helen did not pass away here at the house, so we won't be trying to communicate with her, but you never know with spirits. The whole family might be hanging out here. So Dr. John Dickinson, and this is kind of a highlight of this investigation. So he died young. He died at the age of 25. He was last listed living here in 1871. He passed away in 1877. And he was the last child of Samuel and Margaret Cline that I was able to track down the death for. And I was so worried because we have an artifact here that's connected to him. And I really needed to know, how did he pass away so young? What happened? And the issue is just the variance in names. So Cline, I found, is spelled in the records Klein, Kline. It's just, so I was able to find it. Luckily, just scrolling through thousands of records and finally coming across the right one. So he was a doctor at 25 years of age, and he died at the Montreal General Hospital of diphtheria. And this is a bacteria which causes a virus type infection, which, pretty much will take you pretty quickly. So his body was brought back here for the wake and the funeral. His body was viewed here, so they brought it back here for service. So he didn't pass away here, but I'm hoping he might be here. I'm hoping. And I was able to find some notes here. He was engaged at the time to Mary Metchin, a nightingale. And I haven't had a chance to look up what a Florence Nightingale is, but she was training to become one. So maybe that's a good trigger question tonight, is to talk about his engagement with Florence, if he is still here. And Miss Annie Cline. So she never married, and she died here in 1921 in the house. She lived here until her death. So Annie is someone that we may try to communicate with tonight. Her cause of death on her death certificate This one's a little bit messier. Anna Maria Cline. So she died at, and you see where they died, 2nd and Amelia, which is right here, the intersection where we're at. And here it just lists off the family members. And hopefully we have, so here it's a cerebral hemorrhage again. So you can really see when you look at family deaths, you know, how your genetic plays a role and what you're predisposed to. So with the Cline family, it's a lot of cerebral hemorrhaging and a lot of heart attacks, heart issues is what we're seeing. So Annie is another child that could be here because she passed away here. And I think for any old family home, I think it's normal that, you know, a lot of family members would pass away at the home. Just like I said before, you wouldn't go to a hospital. You would be at home and a doctor would tend to you, especially if you were a notable family. A few questions here. Did anyone get married here? I'm not sure. I mean, if they were to have a funeral here, I can assume that they would have been married here. And I could have dug deeper and found the marriage certificates for each child that did get married. And you know, it seems like about half of them didn't. But I'm sure they would have. I'm sure they would have had receptions here. I'm sure they would have been to the church to get married, or maybe, I mean, St. John's is right down the street. That was their church. So I'm sure they would have gone there, but they probably would have come here as well for, you know, like for the reception and the party and all that stuff. Sounds like a lot of heart attacks and strokes. Yeah. Yeah, it's the common theme with the family. So there's not much I could find about Annie, about her personal life. So we'll move on to Elizabeth Cline. Now, Elizabeth Cline was the wife to Donald Ban McLennan, and he went into business with Charles Herbert Cline. They had a law firm together. He was also a well-known lawyer. She passed away after her husband at the residence on 2nd Street East. Now, I don't know if that was here. I couldn't find their residence. Or maybe I did. Hold on, let me go back and check. So all it said was 2nd Street East is where she passed away, and this house is 2nd Street East. So it could have been here, but I can't be 100% sure that it happened here, because it's quite possible that McLennan had a house on 2nd Street as well. I'm trying to see if I found his residence or where it was. I don't think I found where he lived. So Charles lived on 2nd Street. His law office, I know I found that, and that his law office was on 2nd Street. So I don't know. I mean, because she passed away after her husband, it's quite possible that she moved back to her home to be with her sisters who were living here. So I'm on the fence. I think 70% she may have passed away here at the Cline House, or she held on to a property. What's really interesting, though, about Elizabeth Cline McLennan is that her daughter Ella shows up on many of the older sister's death certificates as the person who found the body and who brought the attention. So it makes me believe that Ella McLennan, which is listed here of the person who found the deceased, and I blew it up here so you can see, you know, as a niece, I think she was caring for the older sisters when they were here at the Cline House. And I believe that Elizabeth probably moved here, and Ellen was living here as well. Now, we don't have the 1931 census yet. That's coming out in June. So once that comes out, we can take a look, and it may list them there as living there at that time. Now, I learned about Ella from the community. I made a post, and so we're talking about now, in 1955, the Cornwall Library purchased the Cline House and turned it into the library, and then the library moved on. But from that period up to 1955, it was still belonging to members of the Cline family, even if it's more distant. So someone on Facebook commented on one of my posts and shared some information with me, which I hadn't come across. So thank you, David Fife. So long before the Cline House was a library, 2 elderly sisters lived in that house. Their names were Miss McLennan and Miss Garth, and they were connected in some way to the original Clines. My mother worked there every evening preparing their supper after the house was sold, likely to convert to the library. The ladies moved into the green bungalow located on the northwest corner of 2nd and McConnell Street, directly across the St. Lawrence School. So he said he would often go to the house and fetch lunches, and his mother was there who would fetch lunch for the 2 ladies. So these are the 2 surviving members, I believe, of the McLennan family, which would be Ella being one, and the other one, I found it. I found Miss Garth. I found her. Where is she? Oh, don't tell me I forgot to upload it. No, I forgot to upload it. I found the obituary for Miss Garth. So Miss Garth was one of the McLennan, was Ella's sister. And her and Ella lived here before the library bought it. So this is after Ida. So they lived out here, the last of the Cline clan, even though, married into another family. They had the blood, but they were living here. They didn't die here. They passed away probably at that home that they moved to. But no, and they're able to share also that Ella was a golfer, and she was pretty good. So I thought that was pretty cool. So we didn't get into Sam and Margaret's death, which we can definitely jump into. Oh, I didn't bring up that Sam owned a bunch. He owned some farms and stores, and he also owned the Balmoral Hotel. So I don't know if anybody from Cornwall remembers that. I don't even know if the structure is still here. Kyle, is this building still here? I haven't seen it.
What's that called?
Balmoral Hotel.
Oh no.
Balmoral Hotel.
Yeah, no,
it's gone now. Eh? So he owned
King George.
Yeah. King George.
Yeah, the King George burnt down maybe about 10 years ago. That was on Pitt Street here.
Oh, okay, so maybe in later times it was called St. George.
Yeah, King George.
Yeah, King George, yeah. So this was all used during the Fenian raids, this building, as kind of like a barracks for soldiers and stuff when they thought the Irish were coming to take over Canada there. Yeah. So I thought that was an interesting piece of history, that he was involved in that. So a year after their 50-year anniversary, that's when Margaret Cline passed away, and that was a brain aneurysm, which is sad that it happened so soon after their golden wedding. Now, I do have their death certificates, and Samuel, unlike his children, did not die from a heart attack or a cerebral hemorrhage. So let's pull out what I found on their deaths. Sorry, guys, I have 100 documents here that I'm trying to find. I should have removed most of them, but all right, here we go. Samuel's death. So his death certificate. Lived to 1908, 93 years old. And his place of death, 2nd Street East. which would be here at the home, Dr. C.F. or C.J. Hamilton. So I think that this was B. Hamilton's father, who was also a doctor who looked after the family. That's my guess. Just later on, it was B. Hamilton that was signing the death certificates. So he died of senile gangrene, and he was suffering with this for 3 months. So I don't know what part of his body was affected by the gangrene. Really, that's all we get, senile gangrene. So he must have had an infection somewhere on his body, got worse and worse, and it ended up taking his life. And he passed away here at the house. And this is all I could find for the death of Margaret right here. And you probably can't see it. She died 2nd Street, October 22nd. And she died of heart failure, not a cerebral. What's wrong with that? Heart failure. Okay. So what I missed out is, and I don't know, I'm kind of, my mind's all over the place. Just for the past few days, I've just been filling up all this information on this family, trying to learn as much as I can, just so we can ask the right questions. So if they're here, that, you know, would trigger some responses with any of the equipment or on our audio. So Dr. John, the doctor who died at the Montreal hospital, I remember a year ago, I'm in the Cornwall History and Stories Facebook group. And I remember someone shared this artifact that had the Cline name carved into it. So I had to go back and, so at the time I thought it was very interesting. I had to go back and, you know, see this wooden object again. And it matched up to Dr. John Dickerson Cline, because he signed in his, he always gave his name as John D. Cline. It was always John D. Cline. So I thought this was very interesting. And this was found in the rafters of an older home here in Cornwall, quite a distance from here, but not too far. And I'm going to show you guys a picture of that bat. And we're going to be, I called it a bat. I don't even know it's a bat. We're trying to figure out what it is. And we just don't know what it is or what it could be. I think I might have to grab it because I think I forgot to upload a picture. I'm trying to find it here. Where in the world is it? Ah, here it is. Okay, so here's the wooden object. J.D. Cline, 1865. So J.D. Cline would have been 13 years old at that date. And, you know, we were looking at it today, and it seems like an interesting project that a teenager would do, create a bat. And Eric, are you, sorry, I don't mean to yell in the mic. Are you in there?
And where do you want me to bring it? Like on this camera?
Can you hear me now? Do a test. So, I mean, like, all I was saying when you trying to hear me is, what could have that been used for? What, I mean, I still think it's a game. I think he made a bat for a game because baseball saw it in like a magazine or newspaper, and he's like, let's make a bat, and his friends would get together and they would play ball.
Just got tired of shading it down and left it a big bat.
Yeah, or maybe they figured that it was more fun with a big heavy bat because that thing is heavy. I mean, what is that? So I mean, it's an interesting piece. So if Samuel Cline is here, he probably would remember the work that John Dickerson Cline, his son, would have put into that bat. So maybe it will stir something up here and they'll communicate. Like, this place has never been investigated. They don't know what investigators are. If they are here, probably no one has really come in here to kind of communicate with them or reach out to them. So, I mean, nothing could happen or something can happen. Yeah, we'll have to thank Steph for dropping it off to us today. It's very nice to have that artifact here. So tonight we're going to have a few views for you. So we're going to have the 4 DVR views, and this is covering the entire gallery. So you see the entire gallery here. We also have an SLS set up. So this is for depth sensing, mapping a human form. You've probably seen it on TV shows. So we can leave that running a little bit.
And then we'll have the other one.
Yeah, so right now this is set for the stick figures, right? So if there's something that comes across of the view, you'll see a little stick figure jump up. Now, this is not motion, it is static, it is staying still. And the reason for this is that when you move these things around, they'll map pieces of furniture, they will map, door frames or whatever. So we have it perfectly still just to see if anything pops up. And every time I use these things, statically, nothing is ever captured with them. So if something does pop in there, I will definitely be surprised. So Kyle just walked in there just for an example. So he'll set it halfway through the investigation. He'll change it to depth sensing. And this is very interesting. And he's been tooling around with this, Kyle, for a long time. And we'll see. I mean, what we've noticed so far are these bubbles, these black bubbles that just kind of appear that look like orbs, but I mean, we don't know if it's dust or not. I'm on the side of dust. Kyle argues with me saying it can't pick up dust, so I don't know. Maybe later tonight when it's set to that, I'll get something dusty and pat it off in front of the camera to see if those black balls show up.
I've already tried that.
Did you? And how did that go?
Nothing.
Nothing?
No.
Yeah, I mean, at Cornwall jail last time we used it, Kyle sent me a clip, and it looks like one of these black balls. I'm sitting down on a stool in the visiting area, and it kind of just shoots up my butt and then comes out of my body.
It looks like a big gas bubble, yeah.
Yeah, well, not coming out, it was going in.
Yeah, but it doesn't only do orbs. It does do like a swirling stuff. I think it's something to do with energy, some type of energy maybe that it's picking up.
Well, we'll see.
There's natural free air energy.
I mean, if we start investigating around 8:30, it's getting darker now. I mean, we'll switch it maybe at around 10, maybe 10:30. We'll switch it to death. If no stick figures show up, we'll just do that. So we'll remove the stick figure camera. And we have the servants' quarters upstairs. So this is the only area on the second floor that we have to investigate. There are tenants here, and the tenants came down and shared their experiences here, and we're very thankful for that. And they know we're here, and they're going to try to be quiet while we're here. And we'll try not to make too much noise too late, because they said they go to bed around 9. All right, so we did get questions on, are we having a public investigation here? And the answer is yes, but not in the way that you're used to from our paranormal events. So it's not going to be the style that you're used to, but we've been invited to come in and we will have a discussion about our findings here. We'll go through the history again, but much quicker. And we'll do a group investigation. There'll be some art activities as well. And this is something the Cline House will be organizing, and we're invited to come and take part in it. So we're looking forward to that. So if you're watching this and you want to get on the reservation list, because there'll be 2 Thursday nights in October and September, I believe. So if you want to sign up for this so you know before they advertise it, or if you want to make sure that you get on the list, all you have to do is email them. I'll leave this up and just say, please put me on the list for the events in September and October. And then we'll have a group investigation for sure. But because there's tenants upstairs and it's a smaller space, we can't really have like the Cornwall jail investigation style events that we've had. But I mean, we used to, in our first year, have events like this, and we would get a lot of activity together as a group, working together as a group to have, an investigation. As long as everyone works together, things usually end up pretty good. So any questions on the history? For those who are involved in tonight's investigation, I would really like for you guys to, take part in this. And you can, if there's things you want us to try, if you're well familiar with paranormal investigations, if you want us to do an Estes method, if you want us to use dowsing rods, if you want us to go to a certain part in the house because you're feeling something there, just let us know in the comments and we'll keep track of the comments that are being laid out, and we will try to get you guys involved as much as possible. So the audio here, what you're listening to on the live when we're investigating is multiple microphones. So we often have Kyle with us, who is right behind me. It's not in view now, but I'm just going to move in there. Oh, why are you hiding, Kyle? Oh, wait, where do you go? There, okay. He's eating pizza. Okay, so when we have him here, it's because we want to cover as much audio as possible. So he has sensitive microphones all over the gallery. So when you're listening to the live feed, when we show you the DVR, this view right here, you are listening to multiple mics at once. So there's mics all over the place. So you're not listening to one mic in one part of the room. You're listening to multiple mics all at the same time. This is what they call the master track, right, Kyle?
Right. Yeah. And then on the single channels, let's say you're doing a session in the basement, then I'll bring up the gains and volume for that session, and then the others will go a little bit lower. That's what will be heard, like on live, like an increase in gain, right, in volume.
I'm not going in the basement. The basement has like a 4-foot clearing. I went down there and walked through about 4 feet of spider webs to get the camera plugged in. I had Eric go down there to finish setting it up. So Kyle and Eric will go down there, and I'll hang out up here and I'll monitor everything for that portion. But I think, Kyle, you experienced something setting up down there, right?
Yeah, well, the lights, I know they're on a timer, but it was like a quick off and on, and nobody was around. Like a quick, kind of like messing around. Somebody would mess around with the lights, when you're down there.
Mm-hmm.
And also, I heard footsteps or steps coming down lightly, but that could have been from upstairs.
It wouldn't be lightly though. When someone goes down those steps, it's pretty hard.
Yeah,
that's for sure. But we'll see. I mean, I'm looking forward to it. So if you guys want to comment what you want us to try, we'll definitely get you guys involved. So if you want us to pull out the ovulus, we can pull that out. And any type of tools. We got the the portal style boxes. We can set that up and try to have a conversation, see if anything comes through. We can have a good old silent EVP session. If you want to see Eric alone in the basement, feel free to message that. We'll force him down there alone in the basement. We're here to do this with you. So please get involved as much as you want. And we're going to be at this pretty late, so you don't have to watch the whole time. You can always tune in, tune out, because this is being recorded. It will be permanently up on our page. It'll be on our YouTube channel. So please feel free to. Was that you, Kyle?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. But thank you everybody for joining and taking part. We got 24 viewers and we still have a little bit to go. Oh, Eric just says alone in the basement. Yes. Eric has done many basements alone. I think that's nothing for him. Elaine, thank you for inviting us along. Look forward to seeing what the findings might be. I think we'll get stuff here. It may not be on the live, but I think when we go back and we review all the audio tracks, our camera footage, I think that we'll be surprised and we'll find some stuff. That's for sure. So, are most people here from Cornwall? Maybe you guys want to let us know where you're watching from. I know that this is being streamed on a few platforms. It's on the Haunted Walks. It's on the Phantoms of Yore. It's on Kyle's page, Spectral Front. If you want to go give Kyle some support for all this audio work, go to Spectral Front on Facebook and give him a like and a follow. We got Jose from Cornwall. We know Jose. Look forward to seeing if you come up with anything tonight. Huntsville. Love Muskoka. Grimsby. Where's Grimsby?
Grimsby. I think that's Ontario. Yeah, Western, like
Western Ontario.
Central Western, something like that.
Okay. We got Cornwall. Oh, that's great, Jess. Oh, and I should announce this. Yeah, it's fun. A lot of people call it the bucket list. Morrisburg, Elaine.
Yeah.
I think I remember that. I think I remember you mentioning that.
Morrisburg? Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Niagara region. Whew. That's far.
Yeah.
Sarah, have you come down before? I'm trying to remember. If you come down. So next weekend, after this weekend, we're at Cornwall Jail, which is our first spring season investigation. The Cornwall Jail. Now, we're going to release something, I think, next week. So I was able to convince the Cornwall Jail to allow access for the first time ever to the public to the punishment cell. Now, this is the cell where prisoners were punished in the basement. There's stories of people screaming and running out of there, where it was part of the tour back in like the mid-2000s. We've had the pleasure of checking it out, and Eric and I have experienced a lot of stuff in that cell. A lot of stuff. So for that weekend only, because the kitchen is going to be leased. So once that kitchen is leased, they have the cells downstairs for storage and whatnot. So we can't have access. It's the only way to get there is to go through the kitchen. So if you guys want to check out the punishment cell, definitely come May 5th and 6th, because that's the only opportunity that anyone will ever have to investigate the punishment cell at Cornwall Jail.
And it's worth it.
Yeah, it's worth it. Yeah, Kyle. Yeah, Kyle's been reviewing the audio from when we were there not long ago. So only that weekend we're going to have access to that punishment cell, and no one has ever, had it before. Yeah, that's right, Sarah. Okay, it's coming back to me now. Yeah, Cornwall's a great place to investigate for sure. So I just want to take a quick look now back at my history notes just to make sure I didn't miss anything. Now, I have so much more stuff on here. It's just stuff that, like I have all the census information, which kind of goes through, what year. So that's 1901, who was at the house. That's 1891, who was living at the house. 1871, who was living at the house. 1861, census information on Samuel Cline. So like I went into the deep end, to research this family. So I think that, we are definitely prepared for this investigation. Well, I know Eric and Kyle are still kind of out of the loop in terms of history, but I'll kind of lead it, and Eric will go along with my questioning. So I think we're good. This is a nice haunting, which is, things that I tend to enjoy. It's just good old regular folk, who lived a good life here and passed away here. So I'm looking forward to that. So we're going to have a coffee break before we start the investigation, so we can have a coffee and relax a little bit. Dale got to eat pizza. I haven't had a chance to have a slice yet. So we're going to leave it on a camera view. I was trying to think what camera view I should do. Is the music box in the?
in that room.
I think the SLS would be good. So the SLS camera. So this is placed strategically. So if you look at those open doorways. Oh wait, I'm not even. How am I looking here? Okay. Yeah. So that open, like the two doors, the French doors that are open. So that goes into an area where Samuel Cline would admire his garden. So the door leads outside from inside that room, and that's where his garden was. And from what Emily told me, he really enjoyed his garden and he spent a lot of time there. And this is where they experienced the cigar, pipe smoke, tobacco, what have you, the most is in that area. So we have the SLS camera pointed there just to see if Samuel Cline is going there to enjoy a smoke and look at his garden, then maybe his stick figure will come up. So how about if we leave it there? And I'll leave audio running on the side of it so you can hear. And you said the music box is turned on?
Yes, sir.
So the music box is inside that room, which is a motion activated device. So if anything moves in front of it, you'll hear music play. So we'll leave it at that. And we'll leave that mic on there so you can hear it. If I leave it just on the SLS, you're not going to hear any audio. You're just going to have a visual. But yeah, you can hear it in the distance now, but you don't have that audio there because I'm up here talking. So feel free to take a break yourself, get some snacks or whatever, because we'll have like a 10-minute break here, and then we'll have our coffee and stuff, and then we'll get back in and we'll. What's that? Is there somebody there?
That was weird.
You see the stick figure show up?
Yeah, right around the corner.
It's the first time I've ever seen one pop up on this. It was like it was peeking around that hallway, like right where the bathroom is there.
Yeah, it's like right there. Something popped out of the bathroom. I just got chills walking through here.
Yeah. Oh, that's cool. Okay, well, yeah, it almost looked like that when you went into the corner there, but on the other side, Eric, the other side.
On the other side?
Yeah. It was like right there in that corner. No, I can't see it. Yeah, it was like that. Yeah, perfectly just like that. Like it was peeking around the corner or
It was
something.
peeking around that, which that was probably the original door to that garden room.
That's all original though, that
Is
front
it?
area. Yeah, going out of the kitchen. I was
It's
talking
like
about
a
it with
hole.
Emily today. Oh, that's cool. All right, that's cool. So if anybody on here is sensitive, I know we asked a few media friends to come in and join just to let us know if they pick up on anything or feel anything, and we'll take that and we'll use it in the investigation, of course, tonight. But we'll do our 10-minute break now. Kyle, where are you?
I think you went outside.
Kyle already went on break?
Yeah.
Okay, so I want him to leave just one mic on, so not the whole mic. I don't know. I don't want to touch his audio system. I don't want to mess it up, but
Let me get him.
it's okay. Just wanted to make sure that it was left on the right mic and not on the multi. What?
I don't know where he is. Is he at his truck?
He's not even outside?
He might be.
He's at his ghost hunting truck? Okay. Anywho, well, thank you for the 20-something people who stuck around for the history. I mean, most people are not interested in the historical piece, especially not in that depth or that detail. It is a lot of information to share, and I hope I presented it well. It was kind of jumping all over the place there, a lot of documents to go through. So essentially, your sum up is we have a loyalist family. We have Michael, who came here with his son, John. They both fought in the American Revolution. They were part of that. They settled, were granted land from Sir John Johnson in Cornwall, Ontario. They started their family. John, Michael's son, had 6 children, one of them being Samuel Cline, who built this house in 1854 and started his family here. And we went through all the children, and over 50% of the children passed away here. So definitely 6, maybe 7 of the Cline family passed away in the home, and not by any traumatic means. It's just they naturally died of their predisposed genetic diseases, heart disease and hemorrhages and what have you. So, you know, hopefully they want to interact and they want to communicate, because it seems like what we're hearing from the staff here and from the tenants upstairs is almost like they want to talk to us. So hopefully they do tonight. So let's do that 10-minute break because I really want a coffee. I put something in my stomach before we do that. What's that? He said, I said that 10 minutes ago. Well, I was waiting for Kyle to come in and do the audio, but Kyle disappeared.
He did disappear.
He's not in the basement. I don't see him. He's not up in the servants' quarters. I don't know where he is. Huh. Is it just me, or did the images in the front and the French doors kind of change? Is that a chair I'm looking at? That wasn't like that before. Anyways, when I come back, I'll take a look at the questions if you guys have any, or any recommendations, or, how should we start? What should we start off with? Just EVP sessions, set up some REM devices, some Theremin devices, all that. Yeah, Jess, he ghosted us. Yeah, he ghosted us. He disappeared somewhere. All right. We'll put it on the audio. I'll take myself down. I'll put it on the 4-camera view, and then that way you get the audio for the entire parlor area, and that's where the SLS camera is. So we'll see you guys in 10 minutes. I do want to add right now, guys, because when I put the headphones on, I could hear the children. So directly next door right now, there is a youth program that is ending at the moment. So they're kind of all outside. So that's what you're hearing. That is not a ghost. It's not children's spirits. You're just hearing the audio from outside. So I'm just letting you guys know that, so you don't all jump to conclusions and stuff like that. All right. Hopefully they end that program soon. See you soon. Any stick figures show up, guys? Yeah. Yeah, there's some creaking,
Yeah, no, it wasn't creepy.
Yeah, so this time we start recording, like at the same time, and I guess it's doing the same.
Well, it's recording
for
together.
you, not for you, yours syncs. It's not the same order. Is it starting?
I was just getting the quarter bucks ready.
Yeah.
So I'll get you on this.
Yeah.
Eric, do you remember how you turned this light off? right. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. We're about to get going. I'll get the banner off the bottom there. So if you guys want to attend in September, October for our function, just email the site, Cline House Gallery. So Kyle's going to be here at base. Eric and I are going to go investigate. We'll grab the camcorder. I hope there's good batteries in them. So we're going to start with a spirit box, what they call a portal session in the main gallery. Just introduce ourselves and see if anything comes through. It's kind of a welcoming. So Kyle will be here at base. You'll be listening to the audio. You'll be watching the DVR screen here. Kyle decided he had to pee. So now we're going to wait for Kyle.
Where do you want this thing?
Oh, Linda from Ottawa. Nice. Hey, Kathy. How are you? What's that?
What amps do you want on? I can't see which one.
I can't see either. Oh. I'll put it on a higher decimal. That's good. I just heard a click in there. What was that? I just have to wait for Kyle because I have to give him an instructional. So you guys can hear how sensitive the audio is. Originally from Cornwall. Linda, are you familiar with the Cline House? Do you remember it? A senior lady saying I'm 104, Ted. Huh.
Senior lady, 100. Age 104? Really?
Yeah, I don't know if any of them live to be that long, to 100. Trying to think, 104, somebody born in the 1920s, 1919. Maybe a McLennan sister.
Oh, possible. Okay.
Hey, Laurel, thanks for tuning in. I saw you on Instagram there, sharing the event. I'm very intrigued by your tea leaf readings. I thought that was very interesting. Had a V name, I think Vera, but not sure. Yeah. Could be connected to, well, not me, but maybe Kyle. Hey, Sylvia, look forward to seeing you this year. I'm sure you'll show up to one of the publics. Okay, Kyle, here's your instructional. When you sit here and you're on the live, to put a camera view up and down, you just click on it.
Yeah.
But we're going to be in that room. You don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, I seen that, but it was the messages. Remember?
Yeah, so here, if you want to put up if someone is saying a comment relating to what we're doing, you just have to click on the comments and it appears. So like here, Ted, he's giving us a bit of a reading on what he's picking up in the room. And then once people have a chance to read it, just click on it again and it disappears. So when you see the comments, just click on and click off. That's it.
Alrighty.
Oh, there, I'll go around this side. So right in here with the spotlight. All right. So starting this room will have a spirit box session. This uses guitar pedals to reduce the white noise and add a reverb to any voices that come through it. We'll turn it on, we'll introduce ourselves, we will talk to the Cline family and see if we get any responses. So right behind us here we have a flux device. This is motion activated, and anything moves on either side of it, it'll turn either red or green. And it's only triggered by motion, so if I move on the side of it, see how that works. So keep your eye on that tonight to see if that happens. So we'll turn on the board box. Hopefully we'll make So, Cline family, my name is Elliot, and Eric is here with me, and you were invited here tonight to communicate with you. The people here experience you from time to time. They hear your footsteps, they smell smoke, doors open and close. So there's a presence that is felt here. I had the pleasure of looking into your family, digging deep into where you came from. So I'm hoping this device that you hear, you may have never seen it before. Go up to it, look at it. Maybe it's possible for you to communicate with us through it. So experiment with it and use it and try to introduce yourself. It's Sarah. I'm going to move the mic a little bit closer to us so that people who are watching on the live can come and check it out. Samuel, are you here in your home? If you're here and you can see me, and you can hear me, can you please state your name for us? Samuel, are any of your daughters here? Ida, you lived your entire life here. You lived your entire life here. You passed away here. Are you with us now? Can you hear me? You can come up to that blue light there on the table. You can touch it. That's another way to let us know that you're here. You can put a cap on. No. Robert, I'm hearing a male voice coming through. Robert, you lived your entire life here as well. You were unwed, you didn't start a family. You were an accountant. Are you still here? It sounded like I'm recommended. Recommended. can keep trying to speak. Margaret? No. It sounded more like a cat. We were only here as your guests. We wish you to host us and to communicate with us. You may find it unusual that we're trying to speak to you. Maybe you understand that you go about your days here unseen and unheard. But we are here to visit with you, spend time with you. And we hope this evening that you can make yourself known to us. Be hospitable to us. Do you see the home as it is now? Can you see it as an art gallery?
Yeah.
Are we welcome here? Are you okay with us being here and communicating with you? Sounds like a yes. So that was a female voice. Can you state your name? Which sister are you? Maybe if we move into the other room, you may be more comfortable to go up to that device and speak. In this room here, we have a device on the table with a red light. Feel free to go up to it. All you have to do is touch that antenna, and it will make a sound. Or Samuel, if you're here, you go into your garden room and move around, and perhaps music will play.
You can confirm that you're here so we can communicate with you. We'd like to address you properly so you can give us your name.
Samuel, was your father living here when he passed away? Did he move in with you in this last year? Okay, no joke. Like something poking through the couch, which is so weird.
Are you rebellious?
It literally felt like a nudge, like really pushing it in my lap. I'm just waiting to see that's moving around with people that spring it. I don't know if somebody was springing it back. There's the back. Keep trying to learn that box in the other room. Just fool around with it. Just see how it works. I mean, this is not like a lot of our other sites where we're in there all the time using the same equipment. So you have a grasp of it. We're only going to leave that box on for a little bit longer because we want to be able to pick up the real voices, and we can't do it when that box is running, so we're just going to leave it on. We're really hoping that we can hear one of your names from that box, so we know who's here and who we're speaking to.
Can you knock on the wall or give us a sound?
I don't know if you guys can probably hear that better than us, because we're in the room, but we are bullshit. I don't know, maybe it's the best time we can get here.
Are you happy that we're here? Are you confused as to why we're here?
I was sad to read about John Dickinson Cline. He died so young. Samuel, you must have been proud of him to become a doctor at age 25. Moved to Montreal and so on. He came across an object at 50 kids and he put it on the table in the room where the nice boxes. Has his initials on it, J.B. Cline, 1865. We're trying to figure out what that object is. So Margaret or Samuel, if you're here, you may remember John and what he made when he was 15 years old. Do you recognize the object on the table? The wooden object?
What is it?
We put that keep on top of it. That is good. Use more silent. So I was saying, that blue flashing light in there, you can go up to it. Let us know that you recognize the object, good, good, and bad. What you think. Yeah, it's looking at that. It was like, it wasn't soft, it was hard. Yeah, it's almost like a two-figure note in the back. And it's like through the fabric of the person. But it's really under the upholstery, so we don't have to use coffee.
If you touch Elliot, can you do it again? Touch him through the throat. Give him a little nudge. Is he sitting in your chair?
There's something. know that it's gonna take some time for you to get used to us, and you understand that. We're only here for the short period this evening. But I think we will come back to visit it. So in our short time here, we really hope that we get some interaction with you. Then feel free to swear up. Enjoy that fight. Did you smoke pipe or did you smoke cigar? Did you smoke cigarettes?
We set up a chair over there for you to sit in to look at your garden and your little garden there. Go and spark up the smoke, look at your beautiful garden. None of this equipment is going to hurt you or anything if you're worried. It's all this equipment is to communicate with you, to show us that you're here so we can ask questions. So if you can give us any sign at all that you're here, we can take our time as you have to learn all this stuff, and then maybe we can answer some questions that you have. Elliot's leaving us. Can you come and touch this red light?
No,
Or
no,
if you're
I
in the other
just
room,
wanted
you
to
can touch
check
that blue light. It'll let us know that you're here.
Single profile or single cameras, right, on there. How do you do that? I didn't know how to do that. Yeah.
Why would you want it?
Right. Oh, I did it with this, not that.
No, this mouse is directly to the DVR. So
Oh.
what you're seeing is the mouse on DVR.
Oh, okay.
So if you want to double click it.
It goes to. Oh, okay.
And then
All right.
double click it,
I've already
back
put some
down.
comments up there. I didn't see that last
So
one.
maybe
They keep saying that a lady burnt in the corner, or no, somebody burnt in the corner. And,
well, that's fine.
oh,
Who speaks that word?
A lot of family came through this space. Lots of people died.
no.
That was clearly a woman's voice. To the lady that's trying to communicate with us, can you tell me your name?
Yeah, I've heard that.
Try very hard. Tell me your name.
Like I didn't even start recording it.
My name's Eric, and I'm from Ottawa. Elliot just got some cat balls.
I find he's fun to play with.
you gotta do is use the little bit of energy you might have and try to push that ball. It'll give us an idea of where you might be.
So those balls I just placed around, you can touch them and they'll light up. So that's like a straight up lead.
Yep. Do you want us to leave?
So Ted is watching online and he mentioned that there's a Verna beside Eric. So
Verna.
if there's a Verna here,
It's really cool. All of a sudden.
can you make that known to us? It's a strong female voice. Can you say Verna? Can you say that name?
Verna, is there a reason you're beside me? Do you have a question? Go ahead.
Ted did mention that Verna could be associated to one of us. But also now thinking about it, there's the tenants upstairs.
That's true. Did Ted get it right? Do we have a Verna with us?
Sounds like a weird stuff, yes. We'll give the box another 5 minutes and we'll turn it off so we can listen to the house. Can you introduce yourself? Robert? Helen? Ida? Maybe John Dickinson is here. They had your funeral here. All right, we will turn off the box and listen to the house. I know that's what Kyle enjoys. So Margaret, someone was here recently and they were doing a tea leaf reading. And they got an image of possibly you by the fireplace here. Samuel and Margaret, I'm sure that you stayed here in spirit to watch over your children. To support them here in this house. Stayed in your family for 100 years. children were born here, and many of them passed here. It's an important house you have. You must be happy that to this day it is still called Cline. That your name is remembered here. It will be remembered for a long time from now. The Cline family here, you can try to speak as loud as you can to communicate whatever you wish. We can try our best to hear you. But maybe, or we hope, that we can capture your voice on our recorders. Voices were recorded in your time, so if you know what I mean, that our conversation with you now is being recorded, and even though we may not hear you now in the moment, we hope to later when we listen to the recording. Maybe we should keep the SLS here. See if we can pop up. I should be with the like that. So we can record this one little. Oh, maybe. See if someone joins us.
Well, my IR, that's what they're doing.
No. Make sure Allison did it.
Do you want to make your presence known
No,
before
no,
they
something
get
strange
back?
happened. That's why my audio cut out. The whole thing cut out. That's why it's back up
Can
now.
you just one of the lights they see in either room?
But yours is okay because it kept monitoring, but not taping or not recording. It's back up now though. I missed about 3-4 minutes.
You can come and join me. You can have a seat on the couch.
We're gonna put a special camera on us. Don't want to hide anything from you, but if you're here standing with us in this living area, maybe this camera will see you. So I invite you to come and stand with us by the fireplace. Join us here in this living area. And be social with us. Is that you?
Take my lips.
Do it again. It's not like paper shuffling. That coldness is gone now.
Yeah, I was really cold here when you were talking about Velma.
About who?
Was it Velma? That Ted said.
Oh, Velma. Yeah. He picked up on colder and Velma. The Velma said that she was 104 years old.
Jeez.
That brings us to 1919. Didn't come across any Cline family, but that Warren at that time.
Velma, were you a part of the Cline family? Captured a woman's voice a couple times. Is it you, Ida?
Like audibly or through spirit?
Yes.
I guess the more I ask you to trust these little toys that we have out for you, the more you distrust them. Or maybe when we leave the space, that's when you'll go and play with it. But everything that we have out is harmless. And it's simply there to give you a means to communicate with us. So we're not sure if you find it maybe it's just as hard to see and hear us as we do to hear and see you. I've always been curious about that.
Like, are you yelling at us, trying to communicate with us? Like, yes, I can hear you. Is it annoying that we ask the same question sometimes?
Or maybe we're causing activity in their world,
In there.
and they can understand it. Was there a movie like that with Nicole Kidman?
Oh, the others?
Yeah, where like at the end, like she was the
Her and her
ghost,
kids are the ghosts.
and then the living people were the ghosts for that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe it is like that. Maybe they don't see or hear us. Like we don't see or hear them. Just experience them from time to time. We're having some quiet time right now because we're hoping that we can hear your true voice. For those of you watching, if there's anything you want to recommend that we try, feel free. basement to explore. The servants' quarters upstairs.
Do you want us to give you a bit of time to see if you can figure out these machines? It might be a little nerve-wracking with us sitting right here. Almost like we're trying to catch it. Only trying to catch your voice. We don't want you to leave your home or your space. We mean you no harm at all. You've driven a long way and you've prepared quite a bit of stuff just to be able to hear your voice. We are here for you. I know it's hard to trust strangers, but we are sincerely just here to experience you.
I feel like someone's watching.
From over there.
Yeah. Keep looking over there. I just want to mark it. I thought I heard like the bottle of the rat.
I think that's really the one that he said that there was something there.
Those chickens.
Just need to take a deep breath. All right.
When you were alive, did you believe in spirits and ghosts? You're Presbyterian. Presbyterian became united. Kind of more relaxed about things.
You come from a time where religion was very important. It meant a lot to people. Communities thrive based on their religious communities. Communities are not so small anymore. Everyone has their own beliefs. And there's that weird sound.
What was that?
Is that like, it was like,
What's to do? It's almost like a pin drop like that. It's something like that. Like a water drop and the echo up. I don't know. It's strange. It's interesting.
I'm sure Kyle.
Okay.
Like that. Kyle, was that you?
No.
Yo, that was over there.
Good.
That was over there. All right.
Understand?
Right down on the side, make sure.
No. Kyle, did you do anything? No.
What the hell was that, Alina?
It sounded like a thud, like someone dropped heavy. Like,
No, it sounded like somebody saying, like, I heard that. Who?
Oh. What the hell is that?
I heard it probably.
It's like all over. Like that thud, like voice sounds behind us, and we got those voices, like whatever the pinging sound is over there.
And it was like.
And then all of a sudden it was like small little pebbles hit that wall. It was so quiet.
It was like you didn't think there's nothing.
They jumped back here.
Because it was behind you. Alright. Starting up. Had me worried for a second there.
experience off by spirit that those back those last me, so feel free to do that. Don't want to hit the art off the wall, please. You don't want some of the art to be damaged.
You heard that whistle there.
No, you better listen. As I mentioned, sometimes we experience whistling at sites, and we can whistle and you whistle back. Try it one more time. They just a little wave and like sounds all over the place. So we see this on the TV shows all the time. I hardly ever use the SLS Connect cameras. But if I hold out my hand, can you come up to it? Can you touch my hand and reach out to it? Maybe offer a handshake? I can't even see the SLS screen, so I'm just not seeing if anything comes out of it like on the TV shows when they use it, they'll dancing video pops up. What's that? Kyle, are you moving around? No, this is low. I've been hearing the upstairs walking. This was like down low.
Touched any equipment yet? You wanna give that a try?
Remember at Perth Jail, a place that's never been investigated, we went in there with the oldest equipment. Not a single thing was triggered,
They don't know how to use it.
because they don't know what it is. Right, here I think it would be the same thing, they don't know what this stuff is. But at Perth Jail, we came up with so many EVPs, like crazy EVPs.
Well, Kyle's saying he's already catching those.
So here may be the same thing, they're just not familiar with the devices,
They're using old school communication.
or they're just not, they don't trust it.
Are they able to us?
Maybe. Those sounds were cool.
Yeah.
It's strange to have a long period of nothing.
We started talking about how there was something watching us there.
Yeah.
Then there was thuds coming from over there.
It was more like pings or something.
And then there was that water drop or whatever. Then you had this weird trilling.
Before that, it sounded like someone dropped like 50 pounds of like linen behind me.
Yeah.
And you thought it sounded like a voice.
Yeah.
To me, it sounded just like a big heavy quilt and someone dropped it on the ground.
Yeah, it was a voice, bigger voice. That was me.
It was like, yeah, trickling, whatever. To me, it sounded like someone took like very fine, like not sand, but you know, like there's little pieces of like stones, and like threw a few at the wall.
Yeah.
That's what it sounded like.
And now silence. Can you make any of those noises again? Yeah, it was weird. Yeah, I heard it. Well, thank you for listening. You can use all of our energy that you need to be able to communicate with us.
Samuel, you passed away of gangrene.
Gangrene.
What part of your body was affected?
So we had an infection. What does that mean? You went into like the water with a cut or something?
Gangrene, that's just an infection of a wound or sore that you literally like have to draw,
Yeah.
or just spreads and spreads, and it takes.
So you didn't have a comfortable death.
He's up for 3 months, I believe it says.
3 months.
That's really good. He's 93 years old.
3 months. 90-something years old. Right? I mean, that must have been horrible, Samuel. You think when you pass, like if there is something after this, that you remain the age that you pass that, or do you think you go into crime or something?
I've read a lot of spiritual books where they say that when we cross over, like,
So you're crime.
but I think in spirit, you probably choose to represent whatever stage you want you want. So I don't think there would be age. It's just you. It's just energy. It's however you want to project yourself. That's how you project yourself. Maybe for spirits who haven't made that transition, maybe they remain in the state they were when they were alive.
Getting a cold chill.
Reading one I can.
I think I'm gonna need a break soon. How are you feeling? Things are beautiful in here. I would have been original.
What the designer?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because the original staircase would have been like right there going up, so the area where there isn't any like design in the back.
Oh, I see.
No, the original staircase right there. Bedrooms.
You smell it. It's like yours. Yeah, like a phantom smell.
Here's
Yeah, like almost like a perfume-ish hairspray. I smell it. I smell it.
that's called searching on Johnson.
I think you say that this spot does remind me of
There's just age. It smells like age. Like,
and that very white period that we have that's all done up. Looks like this. All right, well. I think I'm gonna take a break and then make my way upstairs. Did you want to try and communicate with us one more time down here?
I'm curious if we leave this space, if they'll start playing with, yeah, just like, now that it's all on, no, save the battery because everything's recorded. This whole area is under camera view. I would like a copy. I didn't have it on the last break. It's a piece of, it would be nice to see some caffeine. Kyle, before we wrap up, get your butt in here and tell us about what you've been hearing on the audio. Have you been monitoring the comments?
Yeah, so, but woman voice, I heard that. Definitely a woman.
You heard a female voice?
Yeah, Yeah, female voice.
Did you
Yeah.
hear?
Hey,
Did you hear?
did you hear? There was bangs going on at the same time.
Oh, that's when all that stuff was
No, when
happening.
that stuff was happening there. Yeah, the loudest one wasn't those sounds, it was that high pitched ting. Did you hear that?
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
the drop.
that's what we thought
Yeah.
we were doing.
Yeah, it was very loud on the audio there.
So then
That was
something
the
was
loudest that I heard some thumps that you heard. Yeah, and there's some layers stuff that I'm not sure you'll have to check that out. That might be.
Did you see any stick figures pop up?
No.
So that just shows you, using SLS, static, even
Static.
somewhere.
Yeah.
You can walk around with it.
Yeah, you'll have too many false positives if you're mobile, and it could be on off the windows, the pillar, all the windows in your ring.
Yeah.
Like the paint itself, the lead.
Has a shine.
Yeah, it could be multiple things. And I've done a lot of testing with it at one place. I was standing up in front of the camera, and it made a little stick figure. It looked like it was laying on the couch, smaller than me. I said, wow, because it projected off. It wasn't a shiny surface that I had on the wall, and it made it smaller, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so there's so many false positives with that. You have to keep it static.
Alright, well, I'm gonna make a coffee, guys. You tell us, do you want us to leave it just on the SLS like last time, or would you rather see all of the rooms at once rather than the SLS? Or maybe I could figure out if the SLS small in the corner or something. They changed the design on StreamYard, so I'm trying to figure out like all the place moves, so.
And the depth sensor later on will be pretty cool. I've never seen it personally, anybody use it yet, so.
Yeah,
I know that.
well, we said around 10 o'clock we do the depth sensor. Yeah, we'll change it to the depth sensor around 10. Well, I mean, so far, I mean, even though no equipment's going off, it's not outside of the norm, especially for new locations that have never been investigated. But that of sounds was interesting because it's been so quiet and all of a sudden we're getting sounds in every direction of the house. So I don't know if they're kind of testing our reactions or something, or seeing how sensitive we are to strange noises in this little house, it could be the house. But it's just strange, that it's just for that period that this is happening. It's been super quiet
Yeah.
for the rest of the house.
The one that kind of piqued my interest was that high pitched ting. Where did that come from? Over there.
I don't know what it could be. It might be worth taking a look just to see what could make a ting sound like that.
It wouldn't be this.
What is it?
This is on the ground.
Oh,
no, that's just,
probably just what that is.
Yeah, that's just a microphone. It almost sounded like an old, but there's no old radio.
So it's something
It also
falling
sounded
on.
like a water drop, not just a pin though, you know what I mean? It had like an echoing, you
Yeah.
know that?
Oh, yeah.
I just
Yeah.
tested it, make sure it's not.
It's almost like it's hard to say, like a heavy pin,
It's
not
not
a light
this.
pin, but yeah.
There's nothing here to make
No, I- The closest thing that I can relate it to what isn't those old style radiators, like the top.
We don't have it.
No.
Nothing fell in here.
It's just me.
I'm hearing some weird things. We're gonna go upstairs, and I think we'll do the Estes method and bring some other devices up in the servants' quarters there upstairs. Give the second floor a shot. See what happens. Well, 20 something people still watching. Staying some caffeine in. Kathy, you're making a lot of interesting comments here. Older man sitting with gray hair and a beard hunched over. Kind of sounds like Samuel Cline. He was 93 years old. I'm sure he was a bit hunched over when he passed away. A male with a red beard. You can see just the whites of his eyes, but he doesn't look happy. Maybe Robert Cline. We don't have a photo of him. When I put on the headphones, I thought I heard like a male or a female, like not like a yell, but like that's strange. All right, we're gonna grab the stuff for the Estes method, and we'll head up to the servant quarters, and we'll see if there's anything going on up there. So we'll take this down, and we'll put that up. All right, the servants' quarters. I'll put the music box on the windowsill. pretty dark in here. And this device there. All right. Just waiting on Eric to come up. The lights out. My goodness, it's dark up here. So I'm here by myself. If you followed me up here, there are devices here to let me know. The millimeter here just flashed, indicating that there was a temperature change. If that was you, can you do it again? If you go up to the windowsill, you may be able to play music for me. Hearing something in the corner this way. And what's over there is just a pile of, wow, I'm hearing a lot more sound there now. Is there somebody in that corner? Can you make more noise? May stop now. It definitely feels different up here than it does downstairs. Maybe it's because I'm alone up here. Can you go and stand by the window for me? I would love to hear that music with you. It's a nice little tune. Come up to the table beside me. The little black box I put there, if you touch it, it's going to make a pretty loud noise. You can always touch that one. Get my heart jumping a little bit if you do. Okay. So I think that was a blue light stating that it's picking up on a cold spot. It's called an ATDD tension sensor, ambient air temperature changes. If you can go up to it and try harder to make it flash more or make it sound. It's just air coming up the stairs. I have the music box on the windowsill, so it'll probably go off if you walk by.
That was weird.
Oh yeah, when I was like, all sorts of weird noises from this corner was happening, and then just stopped. Like before when I was alone up here.
So we'll try an Estes method. Now that Eric's up here to ask questions.
All right. So, Ellie can't hear the questions I'm asking now, so if you can respond as loud as possible so that he can hear you, maybe you can answer my questions. So, if I have somebody from the Cline family here, can you tell me who I have here? Give me a first name.
Right now,
Yeah, you can tell me right now. Just tell me your name so I know who I'm talking to.
run away.
Okay. Are you hoping that we'll run away? I mean, you would have to kind of scare us a little. Whose room was this? Was this the servant's space? We believe that this might have been the servant's quarters back in the day.
Now, whatever.
Were you a servant here? Did you live here? Were you a part of the family? Or were you an employee? If there is somebody here that wants to communicate with
lost
us, can you tell me your name? Tell me your age?
You're able.
Ida? Samuel? We got a Sarah earlier. Is there a Sarah with us?
Connect.
Can you tell me what the object is downstairs on the table? Can you give us a number? Tell me how many of you are in here.
I hear you okay? I'll speak.
That's great. I'm happy you can hear us, but you're going to have to put a little more effort and maybe create a little more energy for us to hear you. What did you do for a living? What was your job?
Six.
6, eh? So we were told you loved your garden. Can you tell me what your favorite flower was? Or your favorite plant?
Home a lot.
What did you do when you were home a lot? Did you spend your days gardening or just enjoying the property? It's a beautiful property. I know there was a balcony
Felt it.
on the second floor that you guys used to sit on.
Eyes on me. You're lying.
Did they not used to hang out on the balcony up at the top? They now put a window in so nobody can go on the balcony. Used to be a door. What was that flash? Did you just do something for a flash?
No, I'm completely still.
No, but a light just flashed.
Oh, it's probably the temperature, not the
Okay.
ATDD.
Okay.
It went off a few times before.
So nothing was really catching. You were kind of saying it a little later. Like I did ask how many.
Well, there's a delay like that process it, right? So there's
Yeah.
like a good 5-second delay before I spit it out.
So I asked for a number because I wanted to know how many of them were in here. I'm like, give me a number. It's pretty easy. How many?
Oh, that was the 6. I
And
was
then you
wondering
said
if
6.
6 came through so clear.
Yeah.
And the thing is that the total amount of Cline members that died here were 6.
And I did ask if it was Cline family or if it was employees like servants or something that were here.
Will you try a session? We'll try to get some
Yeah.
details. I'll move this over here so it's not visual. Put it over here. All right, so we had a little sampling of, what this method does. So instead of the spirit box being loud and you can hear it, only Eric can hear it and he can't hear what I'm asking. So the thought is that it gives credibility to the responses if Eric is not
Last cup,
being suggested, or what answers are not being suggested to.
the bust.
So right now, I want you to say the name, any name, just a name of somebody that may be here or our own names, whatever name you want. Let's see if Eric can give us the name. Okay, so no name.
Funny.
Why don't you tell us a number? Perhaps a significant number,
Yeah, and
just any number, significant number that relates to one of you. And knowing the history.
he's on the ledge.
He's on the ledge, on the window. Well, then I should hear music because that's where the motion activated music box is. So if you're on the ledge, please play the
It's
music.
complicated.
It's not complicated. You just have to walk in front of it. Just walk in front of it.
It's not, we are.
You are not ones who trigger these devices. Is that what you mean? It's not who you are. So who are you? Tell me who you are. Are you not ghosts in the way we think of them?
Awkward sky. We can find you.
You can find us.
C'est important.
It's important. It's very important that you can find us. Are you here in visitation? Are you here from the other side because it's your family home? Are you not ghosts in the way we think of them? Are you here simply because you love the building and you're not trapped here? You're free to move around.
Watch yourself.
Should I watch myself because I'm being accurate?
Who am I speaking with right now?
That was huge.
Is it Samuel? Robert? Ida? Lena?
Best friend? Get out. There was a fire.
Well,
Bills were kept.
Cornwall had a few fires.
Having a breakdown.
Having a breakdown.
Excuse me.
I'm hearing the
Hog water?
I'm hearing the noise in that corner again. I don't know if there's like. It's really weird. Can you make more sound over there if that is you? Can you move something around? Are you standing at the top of the stairs?
Ça c'est grave. Getting a lot of French out of this.
I feel like I'm looking at you at the top of the stairs. I don't know. Just getting that vibe right now, looking straight ahead, that I'm looking at you. Can you come closer?
Program.
If that is you, can you come closer to me? Can you come closer to us? Who are you? I don't know why, but Lena keeps coming to my head. I don't know, just a...
Come back.
Lena, is it you that's here? I don't know, I feel like I'm entering like a trance, staring at the top of the stairs, and there's like white, wavy. I don't know, I can't explain it.
My favorite music.
It's getting really cold now.
And what? And your career? Our music?
Something is definitely moving in that corner. That was like wobbling of something. I can't see anything. It's so dark here.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah? There's something like in that
I
pile
did
of,
this.
of stuff. You did that?
Over that.
I mean, it's very subtle whatever you're doing over there. If you're doing anything.
No, you're not.
If you can do something that's a little more significant, a louder sound, that'd be great.
You're hilarious. I hear you. There she goes.
There she goes. She gone?
We're all friends.
The cold just went away, so that's interesting. Like right before you said that, there she goes.
Awkward.
It's twice now you said awkward. It's not awkward to try to communicate with us if that's what you're trying to
That was
suggest.
French again.
Can you come up to this device beside the bed?
So I moved. The placement? Richard. La cuisine, so more French.
The kitchen. The kitchen is where we have base.
If you. Friends. We're trying to believe.
I don't know if Eric just whispered, but that was kind of creepy. I don't know if that came from Eric. But
Boy, you need to. Equity. Please get.
Are there any servants?
Something died.
This would have been the servants' staircase coming up to this room.
That was the most terrifying voice ever, but I didn't hear what it said.
Is there a servant here? Still employed with the Clines? Or was this one of the children's rooms?
Don't stop.
Whose room was this?
No.
Who lived in this space?
Different.
Did one of you pass in this space?
Tim? If I?
Tim.
God bless you.
God bless you.
Deep within. Chases. I see you.
I wish to see you. Can you show yourself to us?
I saw them. Mark's story. Behave.
Mark.
Anyone hear me?
I'm trying to hear you.
Just can't make sense out of it. It's a bunch of random stuff. There's a little bit.
I've heard. We're moving. One dose, and you'll be approved. I don't know what the hell that was.
One dose and you'll be approved. I don't know, it seems like a bunch of random hoo-ha.
Are you people?
We're people. Are you people? Okay, well, I guess we should go see how Kyle's doing with his depth sensor and see if we can.
God damn it.
That. Bunch of random stuff. Nothing really connecting. I was having some weird experiences with
I was just freezing there. It was like goosebumps the whole time, man. That was
yeah, there
exhausting.
was a heavy cold that came through, and after you said she's gone, it was like it got warm again. There's no heat in the building, guys. We did tell them to turn it off just so we wouldn't have the vents making all sorts of noise.
Lots of French was coming through.
It's Cornwall, though. We're very close to Quebec.
Yeah. Yeah, that was exhausting. I felt like I was doing that forever.
Well, we'll bring that downstairs. Maybe try again. We'll see how the depth sensor is doing. And we'll bring the music box back downstairs. So something here, like, at one point it sounded like something was like waddling. I don't know if that how to explain it, but like, I don't know, like that type of thing. Right, what was that? Oh, what maybe this? Oh. Yeah, that's exactly what I was hearing. Huh?
What would make that move?
Like those types, yeah.
Where's the wind coming from? Right there.
Yeah, it's connected to outside. Oh, you can put it back on the line. I'll come do that. No, it's not. I can do a straight check. So once you have what's that? Oh, I know that. All right, guys. So this is the depth sensor. So it's an interesting tool. So you're not going to see stick figures. What you're going to see is an impression of a figure if one shows up, or something that we've noticed are these strange black ball anomalies. And Kyle's tested to see if they're dust, and they're not dust. So we don't know what these black balls are, but they appear once in a while. So we'll go in and we'll sit in the parlor, and we will see if these balls show up or not. Um, I don't know. We'll see what happens. Kind of curious. So we'll go in there now.
G'day, guys. So this new depth D2D program that we're trying out here, I just want to explain a bit about it. When you see a black ball the odd time rush across the screen, it's just sensing something that it doesn't know. Doesn't mean that it's a black ball going across there. What you're really looking for here is if it actually goes through the progressions in those line measurements. That's about like those lines on the floor, let's say, is a foot each. So if you see something that actually changes color going through there, then that's sensing something, more real, I guess. So we'll see what happens here.
All right, let's give this depth sensor a try. We have a maritime spirit box we can try. We can put on the table. We got the dowsing rods here. Maybe if we attempt to use them, spirit energy needs to be around for these to work, so maybe we'll see some anomaly on the camera over there. back in the parlor, and we invite you to come back and communicate with us here. We still got to do the basement tonight, that's an air down there. So this is kind of old school. You guys were doing this in your day, looking for water and whatnot, so you understand how they work. Trying to come and approach me and move them around. Unfortunately, Erin isn't here tonight, and she's usually the one who's good at doing this, but we'll give it a shot at that. Some American both have had some successes working with this. So they're very still right now. So the Cline family, if you're here, Samuel, Margaret, Ida, Lena, Robert. If you're here, you can move these wands that I'm holding to interact and communicate. Maybe it's easier than the equipment we have for you. We're also hoping to hear your voice when we do this. So I want you to open up the wands for yes, and I want you to close them for them. So there's someone here that wants to communicate with me through this medium. Holding them still and not moving now. You're welcome to come here and open them for yes or close them for no. Do you want to communicate? Slow move to no. Relax to no. Well, by saying no, you aren't in fact communicating. So does that mean you want to communicate really? Can you use some of the point to where you are in the room right now?
I feel like we're making you nervous.
And you got that vibe too. So whether we're here, I'm sure of what we're doing and why we're speaking to them.
Yeah.
Cool.
Like, why would all of a sudden these people be here?
See that rocking back and forth? It's so weird.
What's wrong?
Come on.
I can't see them.
The left hand, you want to do the immigrated?
Well, you can see it, but
Rocking back and forth. Are you doing that because we're right that you're unsure? That you don't know what we're doing here and why we're doing this? It's simple, it's just communication. We just want to spend time with you. I've never seen one do it. Like going very quickly, one way to the other, back and forth, back and forth. Can you move them to where you are in the room, please? I want to know which way to look. You in front of the table or behind the table? Say in front of the table. Are you standing directly in front of me? Can you open them for yes? If you're directly in front of me?
Are we speaking to someone from the Cline family?
So weird that you have a rocking back and forth and stuff. It's very unusual. You know what? I'm curious if they would move. But see how they are. I don't want to hold them. You hear that? It just moved on its own. Yeah. So I put them in there just to see if you can move them without me holding them. I'm curious. They're pretty wide apart right now. Do you think that you can bring them together? Move them together to point straight out rather than open like a V? Try a different type of spirit box. This one uses or utilizes the electromagnetic fields to dictate the sweep rate and speed with which it moves through the radio frequencies. It's interesting. So when you come near it, maybe you can control it. That's the idea. So it's not a very loud box. I'll turn it on now and we'll just see if you want to speak. Samuel, I think that if anybody's, I think that's Sam.
Heard your voice.
Samuel, if you're here, can you tell me which one of your children are here? I don't know who is this or if you know who it is. Do we have a name of one of the children? Samuel, what was your wife's name? Doesn't look nothing.
Yeah.
Samuel, what was your father's name? I find your family reuse names a lot. Allison was one of their middle names, I don't know which one though.
Who had the middle name Allison?
You heard the Allison?
Samuel, did everyone call you Samuel, or did they have a short nickname for you? And if so, what was it?
They call you Sammy? My Sam, that's another word in my Sam. So just Sam. Did your business acquaintances call you Sam?
Did you guys have any pets in this house? If so, what was their name?
Did you have a cat to kill the mice in the house? Kyle, you getting any black bubbles over there? Nothing at all. Nothing, eh? No black bubbles. Samuel, did you know your grandfather, Michael? Did you get to spend time with him as a child? Were you close with your loyalist father and grandfather?
Did you like living in Cornwall?
The loyalist book.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's-
We spend a lot of time in Cornwall and have, I think, learned to love this community. I can see why your family would have stayed here so long. What did you say, 100 years that family stayed?
1854.
Cornwall is probably much busier than you remember it. Pretty big city now.
didn't see anything in my research about your family, about your father, Sam, John Sr., fighting or taking part in any type of military during the War of 1812. He was enlisted during the Revolution. But I didn't see mention of anything for the War of 1812. Did he participate in military actions to defend Canada against the Americans? You took part in the defense of Cornwall in case of a Fenian invasion.
Cornwall jail isn't too far from where we are now. We spend a lot of time there. The Fenians escaped the Cornwall jail.
You must be familiar with that property. It's not too far from here. Your son Charles and your son-in-law Donald McLennan were there quite often in their positions as lawmen, lawyers. Did you ever have an opportunity to visit the Cornwall jail? Did you hear that high pitch? Did he breathe into like a throat whistle?
My mouth's closed.
Just tell you the equipment again. It's like, all the sites we do the public investigations at, the stuff triggers all the time,
Yeah.
non-stop.
Yeah.
And now here, at a new location again, nothing triggered. It's so interesting. And we've moved that music box all over the place. We haven't moved the box, but we've had worm devices out, cat balls and like nothing. And like, I don't know if there's a single group that goes through the Cornwall jail that doesn't get any type of, triggering on the equipment. I want this black mass to show up.
Can you show us you're here? And then sit down side out.
I think if they're here, they're keeping a distance and curious and looking from a distance. I don't know. I'm hoping that at the end of this, when we review all the audio, we'll find all sorts of things. That's what I'm kind of hoping for. And the reason why we're sitting and not moving around is because these floors creak so much. It's nicer just to sit quietly and listen so you get good audio. Again, that music box is just on top of the fireplace. You can walk up to the mantle and, you know, maybe let us listen to a little tune. It'd be nice. It's so quiet. There's nothing wrong with some background music.
You just have to walk over to the mantle.
You know that we want this so badly for you to interact with us somehow. And I don't know why you're shy or maybe nobody's here.
Where you're unsure.
Maybe you're above all this and you're not earthbound spirits or ghosts and that this is your home and you come here to spend time once in a while and visit. You know, we're beneath you. The dowsing rods and the plant still hasn't moved, still. We're not hearing any noises like before either. The pinging and the weird sound of the little stones on the wall. That was interesting. I've never seen you get it, I'm sure something else.
Because it would be behind me.
Oh, we have this group something. That was Kyle.
I was over there.
Kyle, was that in your space?
No. That's over there.
You heard it in here?
Yeah.
The same kind of like echo sound too. It's such a distance as what I was trying.
Can you do that again? I did it right away.
Yeah. What kind of interaction is that really? Like, it's such a small little sound. You must be able to do something else. You know, they report they hear your footsteps. They haven't heard any footsteps yet. Can you walk around for us?
You hear that?
What was it? It's dry. Should work that. Let's go stretch. It's free going. It's the air again. You know, this is investigating the paranormal. A lot of sitting around and just waiting to see if anything happens. Not like the edits where we testify the long waits, waiting for any type of activity to happen. Well, maybe we'll leave the depth sensor in here on the live feed so you guys can watch. Leave the music box there and we'll see if those black orbs show up when we're not around. Sorry, Kyle, those calling them orbs because they've been a little long. And then maybe we'll send Eric and Kyle down to the basement in the dark to see if they can get anything down there. Maybe the basement's where it's at. Maybe that's where the freaks are. But then why would any spirit hang out in the dungeon basement? say something? I know there.
Please let me know if you can hear me. One of the 14 people watching.
What's that? What am I, what? Well, didn't hear what you said. Oh, is it? Yeah, okay. No, it's not, yeah.
Okay, can you hear me now? Have I been coming in and out?
You just have to record from the live stream then.
Yeah, you can't. Just the whole 10-minute thing would just be a pain, like back and forth.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna switch over to the basement. So grab the camcorder and film Eric. Card for what?
Like it's not recording, it's just recording on the live.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
we're only
okay.
at it for another like
All
little
right.
bit. So
There's a lot of memory on that. I still think there's a lot of memory. Just something happened.
well, you probably got quite a bit of the audio recorded.
Oh yeah.
So we'll switch to the basement. And Eric, did you want to bring the music box down there or something? So turn down all the ones but the basement one.
Yeah.
And we'll get the audio just for the basement,
Yeah.
and we'll see if we can capture any voices down there. So we'll take it off this.
Too much gain.
No, it's good. Which one is it? Just so I know if I gotta put it up.
Okay. So the one that's up, the only one.
It's this one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Where's the battery?
The battery case is on the end of the table. Oh, they're in the car. Maybe did it die already?
Well, and this one doesn't fit in here from the other camera. Oh, wait. Okay. No, doesn't fit.
So that whole battery that was full is dead?
What?
The whole battery that was full is dead?
Yeah.
Then I'll have to go to my car.
I can just use the other camera.
Yeah, you could if you want.
So this is the gain here. That's just the volume.
Yeah. Let's go to the basement. Thank you, Kathy. You guys can hear me now, right? I think I missed that. Yes, everyone can hear me. Okay. I think we have that figured out. Is there enough juice in that one, Eric?
Yeah.
That's good. Yeah, it's on top of the mantle in the fireplace. Maybe grab the REM pod too, so we don't have anything down there. And you can grab that. I think that depth sensor is pretty cool.
Yeah.
It looks cool. I mean, it's as if
And
these.
it didn't do, well, I didn't see it, well, I wasn't always looking there, but while you were doing the session, just at the beginning, there was it's just off to the side, but that was nothing there. Just adjusting, eh? But there was nothing that showed up, which I kind of like because it validates the others a little more. The other chapters.
Yeah, burnt guy on the floor left side here. Kathy, I'm not familiar with any fires that occurred here. Maybe Emily, who's watching, knows if there's any fires nearby or if there were any fires around. The guys are heading down to the basement now, so I will remove myself and we'll put that on full screen.
Is it working now? Okay.
So, guys, the audio is messed up downstairs. It was working fine before. So, I don't know. Because there's so little time left of the night, they're recording it, so they're filming it. So, we'll just let them have their session down there so we can just watch for now. So, hopefully, they get something. So once they're done this, we'll go back into the main area and have like a closing session for the night. So for now, we'll just watch, and who knows, maybe you'll see something. I don't know what the audio is doing, but it's weird. That is the mic in the basement. It's like someone's playing with it. Oh. So strange.
Some of them are so pronounced. Did you not hear anything?
No. So I'll have to let us know now so people watching know what they're looking at.
So we believe that there's an Elizabeth down there
Why?
because it said straight up it was only one woman talking out of that, and it was like every time for the first four or five times.
Yeah, I remember her.
Yeah, and it was like clear as day. It wasn't like it was coming out of the radio. It was like someone was standing right beside it.
Yeah,
Like that's how clear the voice came out.
I usually don't put much into those there, but this time, yeah, that was strange.
Huh.
Is there an Elizabeth or a Liz?
There is. There should be an Elizabeth.
And what about a McLennan? The come across a McLennan?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, it said McLennan, eh?
Yeah. Who's McLennan?
Um,
And it is Elizabeth.
so,
Her last name's McLennan. I asked her last name.
yeah, Elizabeth Margaret Cline.
But here it says.
Okay. It says birthplace Cornwall, England, but that's a
Well, why does it
mistake.
say McLennan there?
Because
she said that.
just Elizabeth Cline married Donald Ban McLennan.
There you go.
So Elizabeth became
I
a
asked her who
McLennan.
she was married to, like who was your husband or who was your whatever.
Well, the interesting thing about Elizabeth,
I had no idea there was somebody here.
I think, is that
McLennan, I thought my dad.
yeah, because you guys have no idea of the history. So on her death certificate, as it says at the top of here, Elizabeth Cline McLennan died. It says on her death certificate, 2nd Street East.
So she died here.
So she's a maybe here because she died way after her husband.
Yeah.
And all the other sisters were here in their old age. So why wouldn't she come here? This is the property on 2nd Street.
This is east of Pitt.
Yeah, that this is East, 2nd Street East. So that's cool that you got Elizabeth and then you got McLennan. And Kyle, you came up here just asking, like, was there a McLennan here?
Yeah.
Like, just you paid no attention to my historical speech, because you guys were around doing stuff while I was doing it.
I thought my dad said it. I don't know, but that wouldn't be the right era though. Anyway, so maybe not.
That was super cool.
Yeah.
So that's pretty interesting.
Yeah, no, I'm happy about that.
It just kind of popped in my head that it was familiar for some reason.
It was like clear when you check the camera, Elliot, you'll see it's like clear as day.
And they said Elizabeth 4 times?
No, it said Elizabeth, and then I would ask another question. We get a clear as day answer, but it was like you weren't sure what it was saying, like, but it was clear, like the voice is like perfectly clear. And then I asked, like, were you married? And then that's when it said we heard McLennan.
Yeah. So maybe in our final session in the main room, we'll try to address Elizabeth. Cool. All right. Well, we're going to have our last closing session. We'll turn on the portal box inside of the main room. Kyle, can you up the mics for turn off the basement one, because all it is like static and noise.
I guess so.
And let's see. We'll add this.
sharing?
Yeah, sure. You can't just record your picture.
Yeah, no, I just want to get, I have to plug in here, so I don't want to, if I have to plug it, I'll plug it, but you have to inject it first, eh? Something like.
What do you inject?
The other one, like if you could screw it up, inject it, not inject.
So we're gonna do a portal session for our closing, here. we started out with the portal box there, and we're going to end with it to see maybe if you're more communicative now. So Elizabeth, did you make contact downstairs? I wasn't really sure if you passed away. If you passed away here or not. You decided to come and live with your sisters after your husband passed away, is that right? When Donald died, you came here?
Elizabeth, you were talking downstairs. Can you tell me what your husband's last name was?
It kind of,
What?
it kind of sounded like it, not as clear as last time.
Oh, you freaked me out. I thought you had the police listening.
Oh. You want me back at base or just looking at this?
You can sit down there.
Yeah, I just want to watch.
Hey, Elizabeth, you can come and join us over here. A lot of room on this couch.
Elizabeth, are your sisters here with you? Ida and Helen?
They're here.
Is your father here? Elizabeth, I guess you're the one to step up and say something to us.
Are you always the one that spoke up in the family?
Elizabeth, was Ella here with you? Is this why Ella shows up on all the death certificates? She moved here with you? She took care of you and your sisters? Were you sad when Ella moved? Elizabeth, your daughter Ella was quite the golfer from what I heard. Did you watch her play? Are you not here anymore, Ella?
Elizabeth, are you always in the basement?
Elizabeth, can you tell us if that's your brother's bat? The wooden object? Is that John Dickinson's bat? Can you give us a response?
This wouldn't have been here originally, would it?
Yeah, this is the original birdcage porch.
This would have been a cool place to hang out. Samuel, are you here with us? Sammy boy? You guys haven't touched any of our equipment.
Someone commented they saw the cat ball go off in here.
Oh, okay.
I think it was Elaine. Elizabeth, can you come out here on the porch with us?
I'm alone now if you want to come and touch that device on the desk there.
Come over. All right, Sam, Margaret, thank you for having us in your beautiful home. To the children, Ida, Helen, Elizabeth, Robert, those who passed here and may still be here, thank you for having us.
Thank you, Elizabeth, for talking to me downstairs. That was the voice.
That was the voice.
That was the voice downstairs.
So you're welcome.
Yeah.
We know it takes time for you guys to adjust to this type of communication since it's never been done with you before. We're not disappointed. We're more curious to see what we found in the audio, to see if we came up with any of your voices. We will be back in the fall. Say stay. Would you like us to stay the night? Is that what you're saying? Well, maybe one time I'll have a sleep over here. Would you be able to confirm something for us? Did that item that Eric is holding over there, did that belong to John Dickinson Cline? Did he make that in 1865? He did. He did, female voice, he did. Is it for sport? Is it for a game?
clubbing fish. Did you hear that?
Yeah, I don't know. Was it for clubbing fish? It would have had to have been some big fish.
Well, yeah, or huge fish. So what they do is they go off like one part of it so that they all come down one side and then you fold it with a stick. So like this here.
Did the Cline family eat carp?
It's all quiet in there. Elizabeth?
Just me comment.
What?
Just me comment.
Can you say goodbye to us, Elizabeth? Or anybody else from the Cline family? Can you say goodbye?
Elizabeth, is Ella here with you? Hello? It's like, it was like stay here or
Yeah.
Sam, is that you telling us to stay? Oh, that was so weird. I mean, it's a spirit box, so all sorts of weird noise comes through your trunk. It's strange. Okay, well, I'm gonna make my way to turn off the box. Don't go.
That was loud. That was like very clear, like how she was downstairs.
If you want us to say that badly, can you say one of our names? Did you pay attention to our introductions tonight? Okay. We turn off the box.
Every time.
All right, thank you. Goodbye. Goodbye.
That was pretty good.
Yeah. It's interesting. No, Kyle was doing it.
So maybe this is one of those ones
for the other program.
It is a late night thing.
Here.
If you guys are together, who is moving the cursor? I don't know. Elaine, were you seeing someone moving the cursor when we were all in the room together? That's kind of weird. So the cursor you see is the cursor on the DVR. So when we want to change camera views, this guy, this was moving? And Elaine, you saw us all in the room together? She said that the cursor was moving on the DVR when we were all in the room together.
That's creepy.
I mean, it would be recorded, right? So we can go back and look. If we see all three of us on the DVR and the cursor's
And
moving,
if he's moving anything on the computer over there, it wouldn't do it.
no, no, just this is the only view we had. So what she saw was this. So see the cursor for the DVR?
That's what she was seeing.
Oh, the two of you. Okay, so Kyle is here too. So if you saw just Eric and myself, then Kyle probably
been in
touched
there.
the mouse. If Kyle was there, then if it was the three of us in there, then that would be something. It was probably just Kyle on the live feed. The little girl in the basement looks like John's Ramsey. John's Ramsey. Who's John's Ramsey?
Are they talking about Gordon Ramsay's daughter? Maybe there's a typo. What was her name?
Not Ramsey. Maybe from that show with the dragons there?
I don't know. Who's? Let me look it up. What's the name?
John's Ramsey. John's Ramsey. I don't know.
John's Ramsay.
I don't know what that
It's
is.
like a typo, maybe? John's Ramsay.
African American lady. And I know, Kathy, that back in the 1800s, there wasn't much of an African, just Canadian population in these parts. Mostly Scottish and Irish. Not to say they weren't. I know at the jail, there's a few of them on record that I found in a few of the documents I went through. You forgot about Kyle. How can you forget about Kyle? We always put out posts specifically for Kyle saying, this is Kyle.
Hi, this is Kyle.
This is Kyle. Gotta remember Kyle. If you haven't, go and follow his page on Facebook. It's called Spectral Front. Go give him a like. All right, everybody, we aim this to be done at midnight, and it is past midnight now. It is a weeknight, so this is not a late night investigation. I thank everybody for watching and tuning in and learning about the history of the Cline House. If you missed the historical part, you can go back and watch that piece with all the names and stuff like that. And I'll put this back up now. So if you want to attend in the fall, we've been invited to speak and do a little group session with everybody at the event here in the fall. So please email the Cline House if you want to get on the reservation list for that. So when the information comes out, you'll be first to know about it and first to have the opportunity before it goes out public. So email them and let them know that you are interested to be in those groupings. Our next stop is the historic SDG jail, which is next weekend, not this weekend, but the weekend after. And this is going to be the first time that the public investigators will have an opportunity to go to the punishment cell. So after that weekend, it will not be available. She said John Venier Ramsey, Vener. I'm still not familiar. Beanie. The little girl that was killed, she was, oh, you remember the kid, the pageant girl who went missing there?
Oh, yeah.
Like ages ago. Wasn't it like the 90s or like 2000s?
Yeah, that was a while ago.
Yeah. All right, we want to thank the Cline House for having us. It's been a long time in the making, 3 years. So even though no equipment went off, that's actually quite normal in our experience with places that have never been investigated. You know, nothing happens with the equipment. That's completely normal. We've experienced this at many places, and places where we investigate over and over and over again, stuff goes crazy. And I think it's because, you know, they're familiar with it. They know what we want, and they trigger the devices. Places where they have no clue what this stuff is, I think that if spirits were here, they'd be more hesitant to interact with it, not knowing what it is. So it may need some time, you know, for them to come around. So maybe in the fall, we will get some interaction with some of the equipment. But I'm pretty sure once we go through the audio on the cameras and the microphones, and then review the live feed again, there's so much we can miss on that master track, I'm sure that we will find some things. So now we got to pack up. We'll aim for 1 o'clock so we can drive home and wake up and go to work, because it's a weeknight. So everybody have a good night, have a good sleep, and thanks again for tuning in. And Emily, I see you're still on watching. We'll be in touch, and I'll let you know anything we come up with through the review process. And we will plan out that event for the fall. Good night, everybody. Kyle,
night.
Kyle, come say good night. Stick your face in. Say good night. This
Good
is
night, all.
Kyle. Don't forget about him.